Hello and welcome. My name is Anthony, one half of Rini, and today we're continuing some more Death Stranding. Happy Sunday, everyone. Always happy to close out the weekend with a stream. Appreciate you being here. I'm trying to stay calm at this time because I know this game is it's been spooking me. So gotta get like mentally prepared for that. It's the kind of spook that I like, of like just this heavy atmosphere. Very excited. But what's up, everyone? Let's say hi. Take a moment. Desi with the first. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And Senzu Bean, aka Be Mindful. Thank you so much for all of the thoughtful comments in our YouTube VODs. And then special appreciation for coming over to check us out live. A couple of people have been able to do that. I know that schedules, different time zones and stuff don't always work out. So first of all, I appreciate all the people over at YouTube watching our VODs. And then an extra layer of thank you for those of you who can make it over here live. It's a special thing. So thank you for being here, Senzu. And thank you for your appreciation of our focus on story first as we play through these story-heavy games on Twitch. Certainly no judgment towards other channels and how they choose to calibrate or tune their level of interaction with chat while they play games. But we on this channel just like to emphasize the story because there's only one first time for the game to tell its story to us, you know? So we want to respect the game's storytelling. And of course, if we miss any chat, we can always read it later, which we usually do. But thank you. And Venom's here too. What's up, Venom? Keep on keeping on. That's Joe Dirt, right? I said it before. And yeah, Blossom kind of echoes what Senzu's talking about. Blossom says, I do like the idea of interactive streams as well, but they're harder to do. Crowd control streams, I suppose. Oh, you mean like where there's direct game interaction in those ones? Yeah, Cyrus, what's up? Happy Sunday, happy Monday to you. Death Stranding. Pretty awesome. I do believe we'll talk about where we are in the game in a moment, but we're in the middle of a story mission still. Hey, Bigfoot, what's up? Happy Sunday. Venom, I adjusted my sleep in order to watch these streams. What the heck? What the heck? Thank you so much, Venom. I appreciate that, but please do not let our streams negatively impact your health and well-being. So weird for me to say that, but hopefully you're getting enough sleep. We got another Venom, Big Daddy Venom. What's up? Welcome back. And Yasity's here too. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We got Wings. SARS. What's up, SARS? I am liking the vibe of the game. Apart from the eerie atmosphere in the game, it gave me and others an outlet during the hard lockdowns. Yeah, I think a lot of people did resonate with this game in that way, and I'm excited to finally be playing it and experiencing it for myself. Yeah, exactly. SARS has reminded you. Venom, if you need to get some sleep, you can always catch up in the VODs. And then if you have any comments while you're watching the VODs, you can leave the comments on YouTube or come to our Discord to chat. But thank you for putting in the extra effort to watch us live. Bigfoot says, just finished Red Dead Redemption 2. One of the best experiences ever. I am aware of the huge amount of praise for Red Dead. But you know what? Red Dead was the same when it came out. Red Dead Redemption 2, I had the same issue with it as I had with Death Stranding. I had no issues with the games, just myself. I did not have the availability on my schedule and I guess my attention to do the game's justice. When those games came out, Death Stranding and Red Dead Redemption 2, I just didn't have the time to play a big old open world game. So Who knows? Maybe Red Dead one day, Bigfoot. So thanks for sharing your opinion on that. Oh. SARS, yes. Final Fantasy VIII is on our VODs. It was one of the games that we played together, a duo stream. So let me get that for you. And for anyone else, especially new viewers, I just used the command games played in chat. Gives you a link to a Google spreadsheet, which is also in the About section down in our Twitch panels. It links you to a Google spreadsheet that lists everything that we've streamed. It tells you who played what, whether or not we beat the game, and it links you directly to the playlists for both Twitch and YouTube. So it's a great way to just quickly, at a glance, see what kinds of games we've played and what kinds of games we're into. Yeah, check it out. So it should be an easy way to find it on that spreadsheet. SARS. Yeah, Senzu, exactly. You need to be in a certain mindset. So I did play the games enough to know that I was very interested, but I didn't have the time, you know? Imagine playing Death Stranding or Red Dead and you only had like 30 minutes or an hour at a time. Like, that's not enough of a bite, right? Hey, Rafa, we're just getting started. Our weekend was chill. Hopefully yours was good too. Yeah, Blossom. The thing is, like, I try not to stress out about it too much. Some of the games I'll get to eventually, like here, Death Stranding. But also, there's always another game to play, right? There's always another game to play. There's always a backlog. Big Daddy Venom with the big question. Any particular game you plan on playing for your duo streams after Metal Gear Rising? So after Metal Gear Rising, we're likely to plan that big old stream that we keep teasing, the Metal Gear Solid debriefing stream, where we're going to discuss all of our combined opinions on all of the Metal Gear Solid games that we've played on stream so far. We're going to get you guys' opinions. We're going to do a couple of fun things like rank our favorite Metal Gears, rank our favorite bosses and things like that, least favorite characters and stuff. And also leading up to that, we're going to do some community polls on our Discord to get you guys to vote on your favorites and least favorites in each category. So it should be just a fun rap party of Metal Gear. Debrief should take about a month's worth of duo streams. Honestly, Wings, to do all the things we want, probably, but we don't have time for that. And then after that, we have teased, no promises, but we have teased that we may be diving into a bunch of 2D Mario games that Audrey and I haven't really had a lot of experience with. But after that, I don't think we've teased that at all. Thank you, SARS. The organization helps us too, planning future streams. Venom, I finished Death Stranding multiple times, but couldn't do a second playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2. It was too realistic. Ah. You probably need more time, huh, Venom? Like a revisit years down the line, perhaps. Something like that. You need some distance from it for time. Cyrus, Crash 4, toughest platformer? Dang. So I don't have a ton of experience with platformers, so that's why I'm interested in going back to the roots of classic Mario games. Y'all should make a tier list of y'all's favorite MGS game. I mean, that's probably going to be one of them, Bigfoot. Probably not even a tier list or just ranking. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Can we grant MGS a place in your top 5 of favorite franchises / games now? Perhaps. We haven't. You're talking about in the panel here on Twitch. We haven't updated those lists since we started streaming, so perhaps we should go in and revisit it. Thank you for the reminder. Rose will be an easier winner. For which category, Venom? For the April 30th category? Yeah. No promises, trademark. Devil, what's up? Ever thought of Uncharted? I think you guys would like it. Thumbs up tomorrow. The bummer thing is, Wings, I unfortunately cannot delete my own brain memory in a non-traumatic way. We've already played all the Uncharted games, and we're big fans. Otherwise, it would be awesome to play those games for the first time on stream, right, Wings? But not sadly. But we've already played them. After that is totally Tales, right? SARS, you got. I wish we could show the list. Like, we have that public-facing list of games we've played, but I have another spreadsheet where I keep essentially a backlog of potential stream games, and I keep track of all of these stats for all of these games that we might stream. Like, you know, how long to beat, Metacritic rating, notes about how exactly we would stream it, you know, number of followers on Twitch for every game. So every time, you know, I'm thinking about a new game, I go to that list, I add more games, I resort it, I look at it. There's definitely some Tales games on there, SARS. On that gigantic list of potential games. Yeah, Wings. Well, thanks for checking. Again, if you guys have been around, or if you're new, if you check that list of games we have streamed and you think you have a good idea of what games we might like, but we haven't played, the best thing to do is, here's the stuff. Here's a link. Here's the links in chat. Head over to our Discord, come hang out, and then place your recommendations in the Reanie Recommendations channel. We are always open to recommendations of games you think we would like and we should stream, and we'll take it into consideration, of course. Right, Devil? No promises. Oh, for the lowest voted character in MGS2. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of things to vote for. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a wild time. I'm still convinced if you could find the right game, replaying a game on stream would be nice to analyze themes, spot foreshadowing. Wonder how many viewers would like that. I think there's an audience for it with the right game, like you said, Blossom. Certainly. The backlog is the real final boss. Absolutely. Wings, I'd love to see some Tales. Yeah. Shout out to SARS. Let me just do a shout out real quick then. If you guys, especially if you're fans of JRPGs and Tales, check out SARS' channel. She plays through all sorts of JRPGs. She's a fantastic photographer and cosplayer. So check out her socials on her Twitch. And, you know, we've been supporting each other's channels for, we can say, years now, right? SARS has been quite a while. Check out her channel and give her a follow. But, all right, let's dive into the game. So we were in the middle of the next kind of major story mission. We were going to deliver packages, which we did. We'd aid package delivery to Port Knot City. And then from there, bring more packages across a lake to Lake Knot City. And the situation right now is we don't really have access to a seafaring vessel other than because of the demons, homo demons, right? Is that what they mentioned? So that's the situation. I don't think I picked up a mission though. Oh, and I finally did it. I took some time off stream to read, at least skim, these tips. So there's a couple of combat things I now know about, but at least I've skimmed them enough to know what's in here, so I can reference it later. That's it. How completionist have you been playing so far? SARS, not super. I don't want to go super out of my way for some of the things, but once I get to a point where I feel comfortable doing so, I may do some like optional deliveries off stream, SARS. Hopefully with the help of chat to ensure that I don't accidentally advance the story off stream. We'll see. Oh, you were speed running this game? Okay, this Senzu, this is definitely a game that once I'm done, I'll have to look up what a speed run could even look like. Would you recommend Death Stranding? Bigfoot. Perhaps. Maybe chat can help recommend for you, but I'm enjoying it so far. Sorry, I need to check. Did I pick up the order? I did not. So let us do that. Again, please forgive me. It's been a couple days, so we always got to warm up a little. No. There is no order. We have to go somewhere, right? We have to head for the harbor, which is over here.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Keep on keeping on.
Oh. Alright, the inverted rainbow. Okay. Good thing I didn't walk out while I was off stream or anything. Just make sure my audio is good. Oh my god, okay. What? This wasn't supposed to happen. Okay, I'm warmed up.
The name's Higgs, the particle of God that permeates all existence. Ah, so it was you that dragged him into all this. Bloodied but unvowed. What's that? Bridget Strand is dead. America's last president dead and burned. Oh, and now the girl's been chosen to take Mommy's place.
Okay.
Well, that won't wash. She's not cut out for politics, is she? Oh, but don't worry. I'll find her. And I'll keep her real safe. You see, I've come to understand the truth of the Death Stranding. Oh, there's so much you people don't know.
Okay, tell
The
us.
girl, for instance, she's not like you or me. Dooms ain't her thing. And she's more into destruction on a worldwide scale. An extinction entity. Oh, it's so hard to form connections when you can't shake hands. Fortunately, I've got a good connection to the other side. Now you're no bridge. To me, I'm bound to all of it. This world, that world, and our sweet little angel of death.
Yes.
You're on the menu. All it'll take is one itty-bitty void out to blow us all to kingdom come. So how about it? Aren't you getting tired of the grind? Isn't this what you've been waiting for this whole time? A game over.
Oh, okay, okay. Sorry. Dude, I'm warmed up. Sorry, I just need to take a moment. So a little indication potentially there that Sam has some kind of death wish. I didn't even think about that. If he's a repatriate, then can't die. Okay. No Kojima this time, yeah. Yeah, I appreciate the restraint, Yasity. It's always oscillate, yeah, seriously. Sensu. I wonder how long Kojima wanted to make this game. I don't think he had made anything original since Zone of the Enders or Boktai. Oh. Okay, okay. All right. What the hell?
Heads up, Sam. According to our damage assessments, it would only take a single void out to total Fort Knot City. A single BT allowed to make contact with a civilian would be enough. We can't let that happen. You've got to deal with that BT right now.
Okay, so... Oh my god, okay. Seriously? Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Oh, God, okay. Thank you. Where is it? Oh! No? I wonder if I'm supposed to like get in the juice to draw it out. Thank you. I don't need that right now. There it is. There it is. Oh, I'm out. I'm out. Dude, the controller vibrations freaking me out. Oh god, okay. Oh no! Oh god, dude. Did we do it? Yee! Ton of chiralium. Okay, that's a lot. Dude, like and subscribe. Yeah, how is Die Hard been so calm? Sawsome, we got the Sawsome. Yeah, I guess it's a boss battle. I was wondering what a boss battle would even look like in this game, but here we go. Now we know. Ah, Big Daddy Venom, thank you. Drinking my coffee, but with the triple hydrate, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And we got a follow from Zenarubia. Hopefully I'm saying your name correctly. Thank you very much. I appreciate the follow. Mini dance party for you. No music, but we'll dance anyways. Thank you. I did look a little bit unsettled during the encounter. Yeah, certainly. Cool. Oh, okay.
Incredible. Simply incredible. For the first time in history, a human being has defeated a BT. Were you not a repatriate, I doubt it would have been possible. Not only does contact with your fluids pose no risk of triggering a void out, but in much the same way as your car is rejected by the beach. Your blood can be used to expel BTs from our world and return them to the other side. You've given us hope, Sam. Perhaps we may yet be saved.
Be proud, my friend. Emily's still waiting for you in the west. Head to your boat. It's ready. Get those supplies to Lake Knot City. We're just getting started.
Oh my god, okay. I kind of want to go back first. And just clean up just clean up in general. Let's do that. Head for the harbor. We still have to head to the harbor, but let me rest. And reevaluate my inventory and all that. Hey, Ludens! What's up? Thanks for tuning in. Happy Sunday. How are you?
Decontaminating.
Oh, I guess he is kind of Otacon, huh?
Welcome, Sam Porter.
Yeah, Cyrus, yeah. So we can't throw too many of those grenades, otherwise we go anemic. Okay. Still trying to remember how to do all this. I'm enjoying the game a lot, Ludens. It just has the right amount of mystery to like keep me hooked, you know what I mean? Of like just that feeling of what is even going on. It's a fun feeling to have. Okay, do I have stuff to recycle? Right? Like I recycle these, right? Then there's stuff like... stuff that I've just been carrying around that's just damaged now. Should I swap it out is what I'm wondering. Don't tell me. Let me suffer. Yeah, okay, so... you guys clarified for me last time that there's a difference between damage and container damage. Some stuff is just damaged. And so I don't know exactly how best to deal with that. Do I just recycle it and craft more? You know what I mean? I think we'll just deal with what I have right now and then suffer the consequences when they happen. Yeah. That's what I was thinking, Senzu. Damaged goods can also be donated if you don't need the resources. Yeah, so I was thinking like just the stuff that I want to carry on me all the time. Once they hit a certain level of damage, just donate them and then craft new ones. You know. So what if I try that right now? Let's just try that right now. Well, let's check. Do I have replacements of the grenades? Oh, do I not? The EX grenades? I thought I did. Oh, are they only in the private locker of that specific place? The storage is not shared across all the places? That's my guess. So let's do that. Let's do private room real quick. Do all that stuff. Hey, Tomas, what's up? Oh, the compass. Hold L1, right? Thank you, Venom, for the reminder. Yeah, Ludens. You want just enough mystery to just stay intrigued. Oh, yeah, see? Time for a shower.
Sam, got a favor to ask. If you could bring some cargo back to Capital Knot City from the distribution center out west, it'd be great. Earn a good eval, and you might even get more than your usual reward.
All the way back?
What do you say? Feel like challenging yourself?
Not usually. We got a new, I guess, toy then. Cool. Cool. check on BB.
Tired, huh?
Alright, I'm just gonna try doing all of these things. Let's take a shower for sure. Knocked out a couple more trophies in Phantom Pain. Nice! How many more would you say you have? I hope I didn't accidentally skip something.
Number 0.
Okay. Okay, cool. I think we have some mail to read as well. So let's check that. Alright. From Victor Frank, reestablishing shipping lanes. How's it going, Sam? So you put Port Knot City back on the map. Not bad. Folks around here seem pretty pumped about becoming part of the UCA and all that comes with it. Chiral printers especially. You should have seen their faces when I gave them a demo. It was like I was conjuring equipment out of thin air. Oh, and before I forget, I should also thank you for all the stuff you brought, and for taking care of that BT too. You've given everyone a shot of inspiration and courage to carry on. And there's not much that's more precious than that these days. There was a time when I was so shit scared of BTs that I just wanted to shut myself away and hide forever. But that's not an option. I know that now. We're on the front line here. Bridges isn't going to make it all the way west if we don't step up our game. But don't worry, we won't let you down. We'll get Port Knot City back on its feet in no time. I won't take up any more of your time. That's all I had to say anyway. A couple of the guys wanted me to write you to make sure you knew we had your back. Come what may, we won't be throwing in the towel. Same goes for you, right? Far apart but always connected. Dear Sam, thanks again for all your help. The chiral printer's still running like a dream. And it kind of feels like one too, seeing all these new buildings popping up out here. It hasn't solved all our problems, of course. The nearby wasteland's still crawling with BTs. But now we can obtain a good chunk of our supplies via the network. And they can't interfere with that. To think we're connected, even all the way out here. Didn't used to think it was such a special thing. The whole world was one big network back before the Death Stranding. Video, audio, text, every bit of information was available for one and all. But now we've gone one better. The chiral network and the printer can be used to send tangible things. Well, in a way. Welcome to the new America. Once we're able to send food and medicine too, you won't have to put your neck on the line for our sake anymore. I hope that day comes soon. I really do. Nine more side ups? Nice. The S rating is probably the hardest part, right? Oh, sleep well, Big Danny Venom. See you next time. Thanks for hanging out. Did you forget about the Half-Life mail? No, you mean these ones down here? I've read them, right? You mean the lambda symbol, these ones? They're all marked red, right? Unless, what's that exclamation point on the left? I've read all of the ones that have come in. Do I need to read them again? Yeah, Venom, if you meant for me to check something else out, please clarify. Let me know. Okay, I'm going to try donating all my stuff and then recrafting things. See how that goes. Donating all my damage stuff. I'm going to set an arbitrary threshold for myself. 50%-ish. Hey, Dan, what's up? Happy Sunday. It's like a side missions for Director's Cut. Wait, so did, like, reading them populate them in like this list. Or something. I didn't know how to interact with them other than read them. Although, dude, look at these. This one says urgent. I might be missing stuff. Someone clarify. When it shows me the little press X to skip, I feel like those are just the repetitive mini scenes. But when it doesn't have that, I'm going to try not to skip them. They appear in the world when you read them. What appear in the world? The missions? Like in this menu? On the map? The side missions. What is a side mission? Is it going to be like an objective on the map? Is it going to be something on that list? Is it these? What are my eyeballs looking for? No, you need to find it. Oh, what? So these lambda marked ones. Specifically, this mail refers to new Director's Cut side missions. That I need to follow clues to do. Okay. All right. I will think about it, Venom. Is this an on-stream thing or off-stream thing? Gotcha. Okay. Yes. Oh, wait. I needed to check my private locker. There. I wish I could sort these differently. As like an inventory rather than this cargo list. Probably off-string thing? Okay, Venom, thank you. Alright, this is damaged. I'm going to keep the EX grenades. Ladder. That. Ladder. Boots are good. I mean, I can just get a new support skeleton, right? I'll take this. And then fabricate anything I'm missing. I don't currently have a ladder. I don't know how many I want. Okay. I think that's good. Yeah. Good. We're ready. Let me actually just save it too. Even the sounds similar to MGS. Yeah.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Keep on keeping on.
Anybody home?
Yeah, I would not have thought as we approach this area. Oh, this looks like a boss fight area, but now I'm gonna wonder that for all the new places.
Good morning, Sam.
Gonna catch a ride on that boat, Sam? Before you do, be aware that you'll have to leave behind any cargo you haven't gotten around to delivering.
Okay.
It'd be a shame to abandon something important, though, especially if you were close to finishing a run. My advice, put that stuff in your private locker in Port Knot City. Or, if you're feeling responsible, you could just delay your boat trip until you've tied up loose ends.
No.
It's your call.
I'm ready to move on. I feel like I'm not going to be doing any kind of like... Oh, read the mails marked with a Half-Life symbol and deliver the requested cargo. If you can't find it, use Odor to Carson. Don't forget, Sam, this is really important. How important? If this was added in the director's cut, then it... My gut tells me it's less important. Does that make sense? Venom, did you add that in-game message just for me? Because, like, there's no fast travel. I don't know if I'm in the mood to do these things. Oh, this is native to the original game as well. The game explicitly told me this is important. Hey, Chrissy. Happy Sunday. This one just says go to a private room. I can return later. Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. I can return later. Alright, we're moving on. I'm ready to move on. Nice. Great job. Yeah, no shame. No shame in looking stuff up. Shao Kame with the raid. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. Sorry, I'm going to pause the cutscene real quick just to acknowledge the raid. Mini dance party to celebrate. Welcome. Welcome. Let me give you a shout out real quick. And fan the flame with the resub for 30 months. Incredible. Everyone keep dancing. Welcome, new viewers. Thank you for coming along with Shao Kame's raid. My name is Anthony. One half of this channel. Share the channel with my wife, Audrey. We both stream on here together and separately. And today, for my solo stream, I'm continuing my first playthrough of Death Stranding. Director's Cut on PS5. Big shout out to Shao Kame, who has been going through her first playthrough adventure of Final Fantasy games. She started recently in the last week her first playthrough of Final Fantasy VII after having only played Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy X-2. So if you're interested in checking out someone checking out Final Fantasy for the first time, consider checking out Shao Kame's channel. Welcome, welcome everyone. And Odin, no problem, no spoilers here. But thank you for saying hi. How's the walking going? It's not just walking. It's chaos, Shalkami. But let's go. We just started a cutscene. Check this out with us. Let's see what's going on. Hey, Zenny, what's up?
Snack?
You came through then.
I don't break that easy. Name notwithstanding.
You saw that asshole too, right?
Higgs. He's the leader of a separatist group.
Seemed to me like he was controlling that BT.
That's level 7 for you. Higher, maybe.
Dooms?
Seems like you know a lot about him.
Used to work together. Guess you could say we had a contract.
You did business with terrorists? Whoever pays, huh?
He wasn't like that back then.
So what's your angle? You want to save the world, or you want to fuck it all up like him?
I just wished things were different, all right? Here's all right.
Fragile Express.
Don't worry, she still floats. Come on, we're the only cargo left.
Episode 3, wow, okay. I left the tutorial area? Senzu, dang. This is on PS5? It is, yes. Dude, this is a lake?
We should get there tomorrow.
Controller. I don't know why my controller's disconnecting. I'm wired in. You gotta take better care of that photo, dude. Keep dropping it.
I told you before, Sam. The past just won't let go. Listen, I have something to ask of you. It has to do with that asshole, Higgs.
What the F? Are you asleep? Hey Zozo, what's up? I have not experienced it happening in other games, but it's been a little while since I've played a game on PS5. We'll have to pay attention. Has it only happened during cutscenes too?
Sam. Do you remember? It's almost time to go, Sam. I had no idea until you told me. No idea that I was alive. Living is no different from being dead if you're all alone.
Poor Mom. I don't want to go home. I don't want to go home.
Here. It's a dream catcher. Wear it when you sleep, and I'll keep the nightmares away. I'll always be with you. Did you forget how to go home? Come on. I'll take you halfway. And then you can do the rest by yourself. Better now? I'll be waiting for you on the beach. Come and find me. We used to play together a lot in this place.
You brought me here. I couldn't make the trip on my own.
So long as you have a body to return to, you can't come and go as you please.
So you can't just come back east through here?
Not until you make us whole again, Sam. I'll be waiting for you on the beach. Come and find me.
Okay. It's like I have a ton of questions, but I don't even know the right words.
I don't know how you sleep. Need to pick me up? Welcome to Lake Knot City. What?
Nothing.
Let's go.
Yeah, Venom, the picture.
This cargo is from Port Knot City, bound for Lake Knot. I'll leave these up to you. The dispatch terminal is up ahead. In the meantime, I've got some business to attend to. Later, alligator.
Oh, that's my stuff. I was like, oh, they give me extra stuff? No, that's just my stuff. Whoa. Okay. Cool. New place. Oh, it's a big one. We're gonna hit some doorways. Why is he laughing? What's up, buddy? You good, buddy? Oh, the doorway. Just gonna pick up all this crap. My fall? Am I liking Death Stranding? A lot. I noticed that you've been playing it too. Is that right? God, okay. Gotcha, Zozo. Nice. Senzu, yeah, I can see it. Clear that? I can clear it. Yeah, I just noticed at the nighttime. Even more spooks.
Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Okay. Still lost. Still lost cargo after. Oh, I'll have to notice. Oh, that's right. Yeah. You're right. I didn't even think about that.
Welcome, welcome. We were watching your boat the whole way. I hate to be a hard ass, but I've got to ask. Everything you're transporting above board? Nothing dangerous or illicit? I'm sure they checked you on the way in, but I'm gonna have to take a second look.
I don't know.
All clear. Not picking up anything unusual. Cargo looks great too. Been a while since we got some of this stuff.
Saw some ceramics.
Sorry for the hassle. Can't be too careful these days. Oh, we heard you were carrying a Cupid. That right?
That's right.
You're clear to link us up.
Will do. Your favorite, Rafa. You're on the network. Oh, is that what it's supposed to look like? Smoke emitting decoy cargo. Oh.
So we're finally on the network. It's a long time coming. We won't hold anything back. Capital Knot City will get everything. If all this info sharing makes everyone safer, I'm all for it. You can bet I'm not the only one here who feels that way. I suppose it was better when Bridges 1 first came this way. At least I don't remember terrorists and BTs making our lives difficult back then. Well, be careful out there. The world's not what it used to be. And thank you.
Finally made it past Ground Zero, Sam. Congratulations. And thank you. It'll only get harder from here, though.
Great.
When we first came through, it was different. Peaceful. The 3 cities out there, Lake, Middle, and South Knot, were all on board with our plans for reconstruction. Fragile Express was contracted by all 3 and kept supplies moving and people connected. But that all changed a year ago, when the Separatists carried out their attacks. One took out Middle Knot City. They detonated nukes from the old days.
What?
Half of South Knot City went up in the other. Casualties were devastating. Bridges doesn't have the resources to link up the remaining cities on its own. We need to secure the support of everyone, even those who want nothing to do with the UCA. Impossible as that may seem.
The situation has changed dramatically since Bridges 1 first went west. The destruction of Middle Knot in particular forced us to adapt a new strategy. It's like Amelie said, we don't have the time or resources to construct another knot on that scale. That's why we've taken to cutting deals with preppers and the like. Our only recourse is to utilize their shelters to bolster the strength of the network.
It takes a special kind of person to live out here on their own. The kind that'll tell us to fuck off if we ask them to join the UCA.
Oh, we know. No one's expecting them to say yes up front. But even if they don't like dealing with most people, they got on okay with Fragile Express.
Don't tell me. You want us to use her credentials to get in good with them?
Bingo. She's agreed to it too.
And in exchange, she gets...
Nothing really. A chance to get back at Higgs, I suppose? I can't blame her for wanting one. He took everything from her and then some. Time heals some wounds, but not hers. The work ahead won't be simple or easy, but it needs doing. Get some rest for now. We'll talk more later.
Oh, I'd love to see some of those behind the scenes. Venom?
for me?
It's called a kipu. It means knot in old words. You can also use it to count stuff. I add a knot when I make a friend.
Okay. Then how about I add another knot every time I see you? This must be very important to you if you were able to bring it here.
If you were able to
Very
bring it
special.
here.
It is special. I made it for you.
I'll treasure it, Sam.
Something to eat?
Dude.
Why are you
Thanks,
here?
Dan.
Ask your boss man.
Have a good night.
No. I mean, why are you here?
Got a delivery for Porter. You're gonna need this on the road ahead. This will ID you as an associate of Fragile Express. It's woven from my blood and chiral crystals. Think of it as a kind of bond. Preppers around these parts won't give you trouble so long as you've got it.
Okay.
We were the only people making deliveries out here. This was our territory. Until Higgs fucked it all up. Me, the Express, our reputation, all of it.
And now you want to fuck him back. On your own.
I'm not on my own. The cave, Port Knot City, next to your bed. So far apart, yet somehow we keep meeting. All that BT country in between where I should have been caught in a void out. Yet here I am. Here I am.
You can use the beach?
I have a beach. You've got yours. I've got mine. I use it to jump across space. I can't conjure up BTs the way Higgs can, but I can go after him, chase him to the beach. Problem is, everyone's got their own way in. I'm only allowed to pass through the beach I know and understand. I'm sure you've heard the term multiverse.
You all right?
The jumps take a lot out of me. Suck my blood dry.
That's why she's always eating the cryptobites.
You're going to Edge Knot City, right? Place is full of terrorists. But if you're dead set on it, then you're gonna have to deal with Higgs sooner or later.
Look, I make deliveries, killing monsters and terrorists. It's not what I do.
What if we did it together? I could use my power to help you. We don't have to want the same thing to be on the same side. I could send you across my beach. To any place the Chiralian's thick enough. Any place connected to the chiral network.
Is this fast travel?
What do you expect in return?
I expect you to think it over. Here. Call it an incentive. And call me if you need me. This will keep us connected. See you when I see you.
I kind of want her jacket, but it has to be able to do the spikies. I was just wondering how a cosplayer would be able to pull that off. Fast travel. Jumping with Fragile. Fragile can instantly transport you to any distribution center or safe house within the area covered by the chiral network. Any items you are carrying will be placed in a private locker. I guess I still need to figure it out. Are all the private lockers linked up? Fast travel with some caveats. I'm guessing that's one of the caveats, is that the lockers are not linked. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, I figured it was something like that. But it does, like, keep it simple. If I'm just gonna go back somewhere to do, like, a side quest, you know? Huh? What the hell was that for? What? Why? Gotcha.
Hey, baby.
Cyrus, yes, it is Guillermo del Toro, but he's in the game already, at least his model. I don't think he did any of the performances or anything. He's already in the game, Cyrus. That was only partially random. Oh, Quiet was originally going to be Fragile. Well, that's crazy. Good. Okay, I think we have some mail. So let's check that out. We have mail and interviews, I think. William Lake, don't keep the others waiting. Hey, Sam. Can't tell you how good it was to see you coming over the water on the boat. On that boat. First time we've welcomed so much as a turd in, what, must be 2 years now. Some folks are even saying everything east of Ground Zero must have been wiped out completely. The occasional message drift in from HQ, but people, not a one. We'd half given up on the Cupid ever being finished on the second expedition, the whole shebang. And then you showed up. And with a working Cupid to boot, our knight in shining armor. Sorry, don't mean to sound like I'm not grateful. I am. More than you know. Every single person here was waiting for someone like you to come along. And there'll be more waiting west of here. A lot more. You'd best go find them. Oh. Upcoming documentary. Neat. Preppers. Okay. Fragile 2 years ago. When I was a little girl, my father told me that preppers were people who decided long ago that they couldn't trust their nation to be there for them anymore. That the bonds between us had grown weak long before the Death Stranding. We once had a network spanning the whole wide world that could send items from anywhere to anywhere and connected anyone to anything. But still we were isolated. Still we were alone. Some liked it that way and even wanted more. They wanted walls along their borders. Wanted to turn away refugees and outsiders. Some even wanted new nations all their own. They began to see the state as an enemy of their freedom, not a protector of it. The ones most far gone, they didn't trust the country to defend them if something went really wrong. War, terrorism, natural disaster, you name it. So they built shelters and stocked full of supplies in preparation for the worst. And then the worst happened. The Death Stranding. America ceased to exist, and their shelters became their homes, where they would live and they would die. But while they'd prepared, they hadn't prepared to live there forever, which is why they wound up relying on us couriers so heavily. My father and I didn't want to go back to the old America. We didn't want a country that pushed people apart. We wanted one that brought them together, that allowed them to support one another, and that was what we tried to work toward. Have a good lunch, Cyrus. Dang, you just hit 100% on Crisis Core. Sweet. So happy to hear you enjoying it so much. Yeah, I'm sure it reminded a lot of people of exactly that, Senzu. The lake at Ground Zero. Victor, 2.5 years ago, when I first laid eyes on the lake here at Ground Zero, I was blown away by the sheer size of it. I never imagined anything could be so huge. This was just after the Death Stranding, and not many people had seen the craters up close yet. Back when I was still living with my parents and my brother on the East Coast, an explosion like nothing the world had ever seen before tore a gaping hole in the heart of America. There were all kinds of rumors floating around at the time, that it was a meteor, that it was a nuke dropped by another country. I was just a kid, but even I could tell the adults didn't have a clue. So you can imagine how I felt. And then we found out there had been other explosions, not just here in America, but the world over. By the time we learned they were voidouts and what voidouts were, the country was pretty much done. But hey, that was then and this is now. And things are looking up. I just got told my kid brother's still alive. Word is he's heading up a corpse disposal team in Capital Knot City. Handled his shit well enough to get picked for the second expedition. 3 more years and he'll be out here with me. Can't wait to see him again. Bummer. Big bummer. Okay. Let's head out. Okay, see it says skip here. And I figured that if it says skip... Okay, maybe I won't skip anymore.
BB? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Steady.
I mean, I wonder if I skipped it, would have just skipped straight to that.
Sam, access the Lake Knot City delivery terminal. Sam, to review. Your present objective is to extend the chiral network from Lake Knot City to South Knot City. To that end, you'll need to utilize prepper shelters as way stations. Frankly, it won't be easy. Fragile's tried to get some of them on board, but you know how preppers are. More than a few won't want anything to do with the UCA. So we've got to prove to them they're better off with us. Figure out what they need and what we can provide, and then deliver. Do that, and they just might agree to join us. All right, get to it. The list of orders is on the terminal.
Cool. Some new stuff.
An empty container tagged with a fake ID, aka decoy cargo. Could be useful for fooling folks who can't get enough of other people's deliveries.
I mean, let's see if I can get one of these for free. Nope. Empty. Then I'll fabricate one. I have stuff to recycle? I think I do, right? Yes. Sure, Senzu. Alright, so Venom, if I do skip that stuff, there's no risk, right, of accidentally skipping over the other cutscenes. Is there? Okay, all 3.
Your destination is a shelter south of Lake Knot City. The package you're carrying contains a network-ready Evo-Devil unit. A special device that applies the principles of evolutionary biology to practical problems. When used in conjunction with a chiral printer, it can recreate items from incomplete structural data. It's a prototype, but so far our trials have been successful. The client is a civilian. We call him the engineer, who's agreed to put the unit through validation testing for us. Be careful. The EDU is a delicate piece of equipment that must be handled with care. If you don't, it can and will break. Oh, and the engineer is second gen, born in the shelter. Not so good with people, but he's a whiz with machines. Or so I hear.
Okay, second generation. I guess my question is, do I want to do all of these all at once?
This is a somewhat unusual order. You're going to want to review the key points in the summary.
I'm nervous about picking up multiple of these because I have to carry the cargo of all three.
The client is a first-gen prepper. Old school. Been in and out of shelters since before the Death Stranding. Deliveries of his medication have fallen behind, though, and he's about to run out. There's just one case you need to bring, but there are multiple packs inside. Every dose counts.
Gotcha,
so
Venom.
you best handle it with care. While the client's life isn't in immediate danger, he's probably having a rough time. Don't keep him waiting, huh?
Kept you waiting, huh?
You'll be handing this one off to a guy we call the Craftsman. Repairs, modifications, you name it, he can do it. Makes weapons, too. Nothing lethal on account of his pacifism. In fact, if you give him something lethal, he'll turn it into something that isn't. A tool designed purely for self-defense. That's what the gun parts listed in the order are for. Make sure they get to him and no one else. Guns make bodies, and bodies make craters. While you're at it, I'd also like you to transport some blood bags and hematic grenades. You know, the ones you field tested against BTs and delivered to Lake Knot City. You'd like to dole them out to the local porters. We've got no reason to keep them to ourselves, so I figured we may as well oblige him.
Okay. See, I'm nervous about picking up all three. Especially this one's marked fragile cargo. So I'm just going to try doing one at a time. See how annoying that is.
Thank you for your contribution. Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey.
Should I be leaving these notes?
Keep on keeping on.
Maybe. I'm going to leave some notes. Create a sign. My sign will say... My sign will say... Safe travels. Thank you, Senzu.
You're passing through mule territory. Move fast and quiet. Because if they see you, if they catch you, to think that their parents were porters like you who risked life and limb to try and keep our country together. And now their broken children carry on the work without any understanding of what it once meant. It's a ritual. For them, the delivery, an insatiable addiction. And they'll be coming for you to get their next fix.
Okay, stop freaking me out. Die, Hardman. being so dramatic.
Have a pleasant journey.
Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Totally new environment. Auto paver. We'll build a road when enough materials are.
A highway used to run through there back in the day. The first expedition team left behind a paver, but to finish the job, you'll need more than that.
Okay. I did not watch Wednesday.
Today's a good day. This one's for you.
Okay. Where we going? Oh. I have to carry it. Okay. Hey, Steve. Walking is fine. Chill. How are you? Oh. Okay, no joke. I just want to strand them all. I'm doing well. The game's like chill until it's not, if that makes sense. Come at me, bro. One at a time. Single file, single file. I don't think we get iframes when we're doing this, right? Or was it just the last stream was because I was in a weird environment? I saw that. I got tripped. These dudes are everywhere. You see. Sounds good, Senzu. Thank you. Huh. Kind of want to be on the other side of that now. Use for this right this moment. Clear, or what just happened? Okay. Got your goods, dude.
Delivering cargo.
Thanks. Sam Bridges, I presume? I've heard of you. The man trekking across the country trying to reconnect folks. I appreciate you bringing me this. I do. Times have been tough without Fragile Express to handle deliveries. Let me just check the cargo.
The voice sounds familiar.
Wow. You took really good care of this. I'll let Bridges know how the V&V testing goes. Thanks again.
The V&V. It's awesome.
I need you to understand something. It's about Fragile. You might have heard she helped terrorists, that she didn't care who got hurt. But I'm telling you, that's gotta be bullshit. Her and her people put their lives on the line to get us what we needed.
That's what I was thinking, Venom. Yuri Lowenthal.
She's a hero through and through. Look, I was born in this shelter. The only world I've ever known is within these walls. So when people talk about America, I can't even begin to imagine it. But if that Cupid connects me to everyone else, I won't have to. So yeah, I want to join the UCA. I want to see what I've been missing.
Oh, the model is based on... It's a scan of Junji Ito? What the heck? There it is again. Rafa. Power skeleton. Power skeleton silver. Gold. Smoke grenade. Cool. Bunch of stuff.
And with that, my standalone 3D printer is capable of chiral printing.
Hey, Smoke, what's
Assuming
up?
it works, the Evo Devo unit should enable me to replicate all kinds of archived objects. We can rebuild America one piece at a time. In the meantime, I can use the network to see what's going on in the cities, track mule and terrorist activity. It's like you brought me the whole wide world in that package. Thank you, Sam. Let's do business again. Oh yeah, I've got a little something I'd like you to put through its paces. An assist unit I developed myself. Works perfectly in sim trials, but I need someone to test it out on solid ground. And if it makes your job a little easier, all the better.
Nice. Very good.
Sam, active skeletons attach to your legs and augment your physical capabilities. The one you've got there is a load-bearing AS, designed to reinforce your joints. Just wearing an AS will provide additional support, but you can also boost it to maximize its potential. Go ahead and take it for a spin. You won't be disappointed.
This is different from the one I'm using right now. I am currently using a support skeleton. Power skeleton reduces cargo burden. Huh. I couldn't gather from the description how it's different.
Thank you kindly. Come around again soon.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal.
All right, that's one prepper way station. 2 to go. Ah, a supply request. Up for taking care of it? Thanks, Sam. We could use more people like you.
Oh, this is for another player? PCC to Lake Knot City? I'm good. But I'll do this since I'm planning to head back to Lake Knot anyways. Okay, that makes sense, right? Hope you had a good weekend, Smokey. Thanks for tuning in.
Order assigned.
Power skeletons more? Just more? Okay. Thank you, Nia City. Smoke grenade. How do I wear the power skeleton? I have to do this first. Remove cargo and equip. Cool. Oh, wow, way more. I had cargoes attached to my legs. Gotcha. Can I no longer? But I guess that's less of an issue, huh? Cool. I also want to read because I think we have stuff right now. Mail. No, let's do this delivery and then I'll read all that stuff. We're heading back. Oh, so we can like fully sprint?
See you again soon.
Neat. It's a feature for the support legs. Gotcha.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Ladder.
Thanks for the help.
Thank you. Oh yeah, scam me, bro. How dare you? I don't know if I want to sprint. Would I want to sprint? It's certainly using up the juice. Hey, Johnny. What up? Happy Sunday. You ready for some Wind Waker, Johnny? Was just playing Roblox with my nieces and nephews. Was very funny. Dude, I only know about Roblox. I don't actually know much about what the game is actually like. Gotcha, Senzu. You can offload all the cargoes in your bag simply by holding triangle. What do you mean, like throw it on the ground?
Anybody home?
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. Welcome to Lake Knot City. Proceed to distribution center. Have a pleasant journey.
Oh, nice. Player created content. Weekend was chill, Johnny. Not much going on for us.
All clear. Have a pleasant journey. Sam Porter Bridges.
Hey, man.
Oops.
Guys like you make me proud to be part of Bridges. Thank you, Sam. Until the next delivery, then. Stay safe.
Good work. New order available.
Hey, Sam. Good to see you. The legend does it again. Everything looks to be in perfect condition. Thank you, Sam.
It's awesome. One of the cool features in the PS5 version, you can play with keyboard and mouse. Yeah, I have seen some of the control tips mention if you're on keyboard. These are the hotkeys. Pretty neat that they do that these days.
Until the next delivery, then. Stay safe.
It's fun that it's an option.
New order available. Please access delivery terminal or further.
I'll take an order and then we'll read the mail and stuff. I feel like maybe we can pick up both of these now. You know, especially since I have the new legs. As someone playing this on PC, playing it with keyboard felt really weird. I had to plug in a controller. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, like, the options are nice, right, Smokey? Even if it's not good for me, it's good for someone. And that makes me happy. But yeah, I've just enjoyed the comfort of controller these days, even on PC games. Watchtower. Let's go to this one first. But I'm gonna build something outside. Power thing.
Have a pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey. Keep on keeping on.
I imagine I can't build anything with my PCCs in these areas, huh?
Have a pleasant journey. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Okay, let's... do this. Generator. Road construction area, okay. Nice. Juice up the legs. I like the shortcuts in the keyboard. You can open up the cargo management with one key. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. I can see those conveniences.
There we go.
Yeah, Tomas, good point. The balancing. What are the default hotkeys for the balancing left and right on keyboard? Didn't I make a path? Oh, other people did put generators. Neat. Okay, good. How about I do it like that? What if I do it like this? Can I run? Right and left click for the mouse? Dang, okay. When I first asked a friend about Dark Souls when it came out, he said he's like prepared to hold L2 and R2 a lot, yeah.
Today's a good day. This one's for you. There we go.
Still don't know what these are. Like these online mushrooms. That's fine, don't tell me. Don't tell me stuff. Don't tell me anything the game hasn't told me.
There we go.
Reminders of things I've likely forgotten from a previous stream, those are okay. I really like the look of this snowy mountains in the distance. Oh, that was me whistling. Play music from this?
Thanks for the help. This one's for you.
I wonder if I can place a good ladder here. Or did someone already? Gold charger. Oh, is that like... Oh, it's gold. Yeah, it's gold. I mostly don't bother... Oh, no. With holding them since they affect running speed. But I pay attention to butt prompts. It sounds the one I have to push them. Gotcha. That just feels scary to me. Oh. What good is a rope here?
Thanks for the help. This one's for you.
Wait. Okay. Okay, now we've got wet ground. This. Oh, okay. Try running.
Goddamn cottonmouth.
Is that even helping?
There we go.
There's a sound effect I kept hearing that sounds like one of my arcade games. One from the arcade game Sinistar. But maybe that's in my head because I played it yesterday. I'm unfamiliar with that arcade game. Johnny, point it out when you hear it again. You'll try, yeah, there's going to be a weird delay and everything. I'm nervous about the rain. We're going to see some BTs. We're getting there. Wow. Didn't want to jinx it, but relatively peaceful trip.
Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Made it. Let's see how the cargo is. In case I need to spray it. Okay. What is the other item I'm carrying? Just this one? Okay, 32% damage. Let's see how that affects stuff here. Famous last words, yeah.
Delivering cargo.
You're not with Fragile Express, are you? Oh, I get it. Bridget is using their IDs to complete the delivery.
Herman?
Well,
Holst?
good work,
Yeah, confirmed, okay.
I'll take that off your hands. Package looks... brand new. Wow. Been a while since I've seen cargo in such good shape. Thank you kindly. I know it couldn't have been easy.
Hey, Alex. The game's going well. I'd say like less and less stranded as things go on, but still pretty stranded. How are you? Nice. Awesome. Nice. Yeah, that's right. Decima. Guerrilla Games. He's not Guerrilla anymore, right? He's like... Isn't he like all of PlayStation? I forgot his... Dang it. I forgot his new title.
What's your angle anyway? Everyone knows Fragile was behind the attack that wiped out Middle Knot City. Only a damn fool would trust that terrorist to deliver shit now. But here you are, filling in. Keeping her business alive for her, am I right? I swear. Can't trust anyone these days. Don't try sweet-talking me onto your little network.
What?
You know why there's been so many terrorist attacks recently? Because you all pissed them off with your talk of reuniting the country. Join the UCA. I may as well paint a bullseye on my shelter. Just keep my deliveries coming. We'll get along just fine. I don't need any trouble. Though I will say, I appreciate these hematic grenades of yours. Quality work, gotta admit. Not the sort of equipment the UCA ought to keep to itself. There's a lot of freelance porters operating in these parts, after all. If I could churn these out by the boatload and gear up those folks. Now you're good people. I can see that. And you brought my order like I asked. But it'll take more than that for me to agree to what you're asking. Chiral Network is a big step. But if you could prove to me Bridges is an organization I can trust... Well, how about this? Do another run for me. I'll put the details on the terminal there.
Okay, alright. He's open to a little bit more convincing. Head of Sony Interactive Entertainment Worldwide Studios. Oh, so he's just the head of the development. Okay, cool. That's pretty huge. Oh, should have done this last, but okay. Let's do this one. Less than 25% damage, okay. A cargo collection from a BT area.
The toolkit you're looking for ought to be in my old shelter. It's been tagged, so shouldn't have any trouble finding the place. I'll unlock it remotely once you get there. Oh, and take some of those hematic grenades you brought with you. Nothing you'll want more when those BTs put your back against the wall, right? Here's hoping it won't come to that.
Order assigned.
Sam,
submit upgrade requests for structures.
Okay.
If there's one you use a lot, you should definitely consider it.
Oh, I haven't read all the stuff. Okay, I'll read it later. Where's my sort everything button? Or is it just already sorted? Alright. For some BT action. Oh god. Already?
There we go.
Okay. Container damaged support skeleton. Is that my previous support skeleton? It's fine. Oh, okay. Materials almost ruined by Timefall. Great. Okay, I'm out of the Timefall. Let me do this. Pretty intense. You would know, Zozo, how intense it is. Some of this stuff's just straight up damaged. Okay. Oh, cool. close can I get? You know, I don't want to use up all the grenades. Fuck! I don't like that. It is scary. Where are we looking? Where are we looking? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Oh my god, dude. Again, dude. Oh my god, okay. I'm just gonna keep doing it, huh? One more. One more. We're good on blood bags, right? Kidding me? I guess I don't need to be getting all of these dudes, but it's scary. You know? Hey Raptor, what up? Pretty spooky right now. Just wondering if there's a good way out, other than the way we came in. I mean, is it showing me this path right here? Was it designed such as... Oh my god, how do they... I'm not confident this is safe. See? No way. Oh, ladder. What am I thinking? Dude. We're good. Oh! Woo! That was intense. But we did it. We did it, Rafa. Speed running. Yeah, Retho, we got new legs.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Whew. Oh wait, but he wanted it. Right, let me just check that order again. Less than 25% damage, so let's check it. What is the thing? Toolbox. Only 20%. Oh, God.
Delivering cargo.
What? You kidding me?
I did it.
You actually went into that hellhole. You don't know what this means to me. Whole lot of memories in these old tools. The kind of stuff you can't replace with a chiral printer. Thought I was giving you an impossible mission. Oh, yes. Now we're talking. Wait till you see the weapons I make with these. Sam Bridges, you are incredible. Thank you.
We did it. You ready for the Cupid?
Now, to be fair, Fragile and her crew never did me wrong. Could say I owe them even. If they're running with Higgs now, and that makes them as bad as him, don't it?
Only the cargo itself, not container. Thank you.
Motherfucking terrorists are coming together like one big happy family. Might be time for us to do the same. Maybe there's hope for us after all. At least if there's more folks like you in the UCA. Safety in numbers, huh? And a new America to boot. Connect me to the chiral network.
Rafa, turn up the volume. Dang. So many sounds in that for the design of that sound. Bola gun.
Right. Now that you're looking out for me, it's only fair that I look out for you. So, as long as you keep me connected, I'll keep on supplying you with my best tools. And together we all might live a little longer. Oh, by the way, check out this beauty I made. It's called a Bola gun. Should keep anyone from giving you trouble for a minute. It's non-lethal, of course. I can't promise it won't leave marks, but that's on them. If you think you could use it, take it.
Alright, let's find out.
A Bola gun, huh? That could come in handy. As is, you can use it to restrain human targets without killing them.
Good.
But swap out those wires with strands spun from your blood, and it might even work on BTs. Go ahead. Give it a whirl.
Fires binding wires that temporarily immobilize targets within their area of effect. The wires used are in fact strands infused with Sam's blood, so are also effective against BTs. Aim, fire. The length of time for which R2 is held will dictate the distance the wire will travel, along with its horizontal spread. Wires will not bind targets if they hit obstacles first. Okay. People like the Bola gun.
Well, you've done your bit. Time for me to do mine.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Okay. Memory chip data. Delicious memory chips.
Wow, thanks. You did me a real favor there.
You're welcome. An unknown man's journal. Whoa. Okay, we got a lot.
Thank you for your contribution.
Whoa. Okay, we'll probably close out the stream reading a bunch of those. But tell me more about this Bola again. Okay, no. Okay. Here's the plan. We're gonna do the next mission, the next order. Prescription medicine. Less than 50% damage. Mountainous area. It's kind of far. We're going to do that, and then we're going to trek back to Lake Knot, and then I'm going to do firing range and read all the stuff. So, let's go to here. Just to see what's that. And then here. Let's try. I might need to drop another PCC. Well, let's just check if there's free stuff here. Fabricate, okay. Bola gun. Let me then also recycle some of the crap that I have used. Support skeleton is F'd, right? No, just a container. But I already have my other skeleton, so I'm good. Then I'm also going to see if I'm missing anything. I feel like I might want another PCC.
Delivering cargo.
Oh my god, Tofu's here. Tofu? Tofu has jumped up on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Tofu in the house. He has nothing to say. As usual. Okay. I only have one PCC. Ladder's pretty important. I feel like I care about ladder a lot. So we'll get to. What is this? Power skeleton level 1. Power skeleton silver. Is there a difference just to look? Hematic grenade. Wait, I can just craft more blood bags? Okay, I'm carrying a lot of crap. Gold, silver, purely cosmetic. Gotcha. Gamer blocker, is that what Tofu is, Alex? Okay, we're carrying a lot of stuff. But I mean, we have the capacity.
Thank you for your contribution.
Let's see if we can take this opportunity to like rest.
Good job,
too.
Sam. That's 2 prepper way stations integrated into the Cairo network. Just 1 more left.
Alright, let's see what resting does. Massage shoulders. Uh-huh. Stretch legs. What does sleep do? Oh, it's holding BB. How was everyone's weekend? And we got a posture check. Thank you, Nesty. So all of these actions during rest related to my stamina? Seems like it, but I think the tooltips were communicating to me that nothing's going to be as good as going back to a private room, I think. And I'm sure it matters how long I wait, right? Okay.
Let's get it moving.
Alright, we're going pretty far. I think at some point over here I'm going to put down a PCC with the generator. We're going up that mountain, huh?
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Let's see if we can run. Yeah, what is up with rope on the side of water? Does that help? Don't tell me. Let me wonder. Wow, what is the best way to up that? Someone's running after me. Dang. I wonder if it would have been better coming up this side, huh? But that's fine. We'll find a way. Find a way. Bola time? I kind of wanted to refrain from using it. Venom. What the F? Until I had Till I did the freaking stuff. The firing range. Oh, they're coming. How do I reload? He's reloading automatically. I feel like I can just switch to Strand when it's just like one-on-one situation. Oh, what? I have my Strand out, dude. Did I not have it ready? Oh, is it because did he go like to my side? Did he like try to flank me? All right. Dude, how do I go up that? Do it! Oh my god! Oh god, okay. It's a big boy, right? Alright. Yeah, I think I'm having issues sometimes readying the Strand. Like, I think I'm holding L2 too early? And then it's like gripping my left shoulder instead of readying the Strand or something like that. I think. Alright, I'm trying to see what the best way is, because I can't just go straight up, right? Thank you, guys. Feels like I'm doing okay. Oh, yes. I wanted to build here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. What happens when you just quickly turn around? Am I allowed to build here? No chiral network coverage. That's what's up. Oh, F. Oh, after resting, you leave behind a cairn. Other people will recover their stamina faster while resting near your... Oh, so that's what those are the ones I've seen other people leave. Okay. It goes bigger the more people rest there. You know what? I should have charted this. I should have mapped this out. Gotcha. Okay. Sensu, thank you. Venom, I love these Iceland environments. The environments are really beautiful. dear. Suddenly it's really peaceful up here. Wonder if I approach from an unexpected direction.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons blocked until the cargo verified. Thank you.
Elder.
Delivering cargo.
I've been expecting you. You are my lifeline. I've only managed to get this far thanks to porters, and you don't ask for anything in return. You have my gratitude. Let's see how's the package.
Oh, should be good, right? I forgot to check.
This is great.
Okay.
Excellent job. Thank you.
It's awesome.
So you're here on behalf of Fragile Express. Please tell me you put the terrorists behind you. When Fragile, the daughter of the founder, started associating with other couriers, things started getting scary around here. Rumors say that she caused the explosion at Middle Knot City, and there's a part of me that believes it. Of course, she could be just another one of their victims. Are you connecting the chiral network? I don't mind a contract with Bridges, but I'm not going to join the UCA. Go ahead if you're fine with that.
It's fine, dude.
Maybe you already heard it from Fragile, but preppers who don't want to be a part of the UCA can still sign a contract with Bridges to join the network. They get to use our delivery services and other basic chiral network infrastructure, much like our full members. Similarly, you'll be able to use their chiral printing facilities to replenish your supplies. They are not, however, obligated to exchange data with us. So don't expect them to share intel or help with the development of new tech. In an ideal world, everyone would be a part of the UCA, of course. But failing that, we want everyone to at least be a part of the network. They can always change their minds after the fact. The Cupid will interface differently with the terminal depending on the type of contract.
Okay.
So connect your Cupid to confirm.
Different sound effect? We'll see. Felt a little different, Rafa. Nice. Yeah, the sound was a little different.
The
Huh?
company just got too big. Times like these, we should all keep it close and tight. That goes for couriers, too. Otherwise, we'll just make the same mistakes. Republics, federations, coalitions, states, connecting all kinds of people together. It's
I'm
just
unfamiliar, Senzu.
asking for trouble. Sorry. It's been a while since I last talked to anyone. Travel safe. See you around, then.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery.
Forgot to check the other one for orders. Armin Shimmerman.
Delivering cargo.
Face and face. Okay, this. Let's do this. Venom, am I like at a good point soon to be able to just safely do off-stream deliveries without risk of accidentally advancing the story? Oh, sorry. 1 second.
Excellent work, Sam. You've brought 3 way stations into the fold. The preppers are on the grid and the chiral network is looking better than ever. We're planning to use a regional distro center as our next way station. But that'll have to wait. Got a priority task here. A mess in need of cleaning up. We need you to recover one of Lake Knot City's system servers. They sent it out for repairs and mules hit the transport on the way back. The server contains validation data for a new delivery system we're deploying. Once in place, it will use the chiral network to automate deliveries. To us, it's invaluable. To the mules, it may as well be a toaster. A toaster they'll happily tear apart for the chiral crystals and rare earth metals inside. If we don't act quickly, we could lose that data. So get your ass to the mule's drop site, snatch the server, and bring it back to Lake Knot City. I'm putting the order in myself. Check your cufflinks for details.
Yeah, okay, so sorry, I want to resume that thought real quick. So I can just safely, like, go between all of these way stations, pick up the non-Sam specific orders, and just walk back and forth delivering stuff to all of them. And then if I do need to rest, like the only thing that really needs to be replenished is my stamina, right? But I can do that by just sleeping? Or, yeah. And I guess, yeah, Nyasuri's saying I can go back to the first zone, finish things there. How do I do that? Do I have to use the fast travel? Stamina, you can replenish by resting or drinking water from your canteen. Cool, cool, cool. And then I guess I haven't... Oh, I have to go into private room to even fast travel, huh? So maybe I don't want to risk going to a private room and advancing the story. Or is it probably like... Or is there like no risk of that? Unless I'm in like in the middle of a main story quest. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys trying to answer my questions while tiptoeing around spoilers. Yeah, I'm asking a lot of you guys, and I really appreciate it. Okay, so this is actually where we're going, right? Gotcha. There should be any risk of advancing the story unless you're explicitly asked to go to a private room. Okay, you can do failure missions. Okay, thank you guys. Appreciate it. If I have further questions, I'll of course ask on the Discord. Outside permitted construction.
No can do, Sam. Structures can't be built that close together. You'll need to settle for a different spot outside the sensor ring.
How about right here? And of course, this is all assuming I even have the time.
Construction complete.
Oh, you know what? I think I need more ammo. Let's just see what I need.
Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Bola gun. Why not? Take it all. Then
delivering cargo.
Oh. Oh, I can't use? Thought it said I can use their printer. My bad. Oh. To get the upgraded skeleton, you need to deliver orders to the engineer from any facility. Senzu! Thank you. I feel like I would have... That sounds like something I would have found out on my own. If I just, did my, upgrading in the area. Or, my deliveries in the area. So if you have I appreciate it, but if you have more tips like that in the future, either ask first, or like I think maybe you could have asked it offered it up as would you like to know how to upgrade the skeleton?
Weapons restrictions.
Then that would give me the opportunity to decide whether or not I want to know ahead of time. Because I feel like that, especially if I was going to be doing off-stream playing, I would have stumbled across that on my own naturally anyways. But I appreciate your enthusiasm. Thank you. Sorry. Hang tight. Bola gun. Oh, so 8 and 14. Okay, cool. Oh, yeah. It seems like maybe this was the way a lot of people went. Get on the ladder. How do I get on the ladder? Yeah. Get, oh, there it is. Oh, this was straight up a clear path. So I did come from a different way. Infiltrating a mule camp. Am I already infiltrating it? Gotcha. Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. The game doesn't tell you this in detail. Yeah. I kind of felt like that. That's why I tried to make sure I could read the come on. The in-game tips, which I did today before we went live. I spent some time reading all the tips. Incoming. Come at me, dudes. Oh, F. Guy here? Get out, bro. Coming. Got like a vehicle. Is this the same vehicle guy? I don't think so. I think he's over there. Can I take their vehicles? What does that do for me? UPS is different in the future, yeah. Trying to deal with package thieves right now. This is the evolution of package. Use vehicle. Maybe later. Let's go, bro. Oh god! Come on, come on, come on! Attack me! Attack me! Oh! How dare you! Ah, okay. Wait, do I lose all my stuff?
Okay, just a bit further now.
Okay.
There we go.
Vehicles have Mad Max vibes. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I was worried too. Red blood cell. How are you, by the way? Did you have a good weekend? There it is. Okay. Oh no, it's ceramics. No. Okay, this is. Wait. Is there a limit to like the number? Okay, whatever. Ooh, nice. Audrey and I will probably watch it later. No spoilers. just trying to go back now, right? Will this vehicle be good for me? What's that? Oh. Let's just try. Trying to go here. Yeah, is this like a good all-terrain vehicle, or is this a mistake? Can I fall along that side? And then there? That's a road, right? I don't know what that means. Let's find out.
If anyone's watching.
Well, look at that road. What the hell? I don't know what that sign meant. But here we are. Can I do rocks like this? Yes. The answer is yes. Oh, battery consumption. Okay. What is this spooky road, dude? What the hell? Whatever, we're going on it. Oh, this is on the grid? Is this one of the roads that... yeah. That we, like, built? Neat. Oh, the orange signs are players' requests. Okay, thank you. Look what I got.
Keep on keeping on.
Hello?
What's up, Sam?
All clear. Have a pleasant journey, Sam Porter Bridges.
Keep on keeping on.
Can I keep this? Notice out of order. Can I not keep this vehicle? Is that why? Oh, okay. Placing hand-carried cargo on a vehicle. Nice. Guessing I can't keep this vehicle. Okay. Let's do that first. Can't reach it.
The Great Deliverer does it again. Much obliged.
Whoa.
Thank you for your contribution.
Welcome, welcome. The Arab man said to expect you. Oh, you've got the server. Here, let me have a look at it. Nice. The Great Deliverer comes through again.
Great
The
Deliverer.
server's in perfect condition. It's a real relief to know all our records are safe. Thank you so much.
Sam, I've added a reverse trike to the list of supplies you can fabricate.
Nice, I can just make one now.
Lake Knot City was kind enough to provide the blueprints as thanks.
Nice.
I'd tell you all about it, but, didn't you used to have your own? Same deal. 2 front wheels, 1 rear, battery powered. Fitted with an auto-charging unit that kicks in when not in use. Requires skill to drive over obstacle-strewn terrain. Best suited to long, flat stretches, yada, yada, yada. We're working on securing you another vehicle, so you can look forward to that too.
Oh, long range. Nice. Connection level up. And this is that other one. Cool, cool. Cool, cool.
Thanks, Sam. With that data, we can finally move forward with our plans for the new automated delivery system. I'll tell the boys to start testing the bots right away. Now, you'll need to take it to the distro center south of Lake Knot City. Check the delivery terminal whenever you're up for more work.
The preppers had some things to say about Fragile. You sure we can trust her?
That business with Higgs, thought I told you she hates him with a passion. Enemy of my enemy as far as I'm concerned. Don't take my word for it, though. Just ask her and judge for yourself. I'd like it or not, we need her help.
Sam, it's Fragile. I hear you brought 3 preppers into the network and delivered everything they needed. That's some good work.
Yep.
As long as we're shooting the shit. You mind telling me what the deal is with you and Higgs?
Been hearing stories, huh? I'll tell you all about it. In person. Meet me at the distro center, south of Lake Knot. You're headed there anyway, right?
Indeed.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Dude, can I not? Am I just... Do I just have too much stuff? I'm confused. What did I just... Oh, I didn't confirm it, huh? F. Always gotta confirm it. Okay, do I get rid of some stuff? that's just damaged. I can't imagine using that. I'm just going to get rid of some stuff. I got a lot of boots, too. Dang. 1% of poop. Yeah, was that how much damage there was? 99. Maybe I don't need that many ladders. Get rid of one of the boots. Maybe not that. Maybe that one. Boom. Recycle.
Thank you for your contribution.
There. Okay, let's... check this. Garage. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I can't use that. I can't go in the private room, right? Because of this stupid vehicle. Jump? That's how I got myself into trouble last time. Alright, now let's go to private room. Bridges doesn't like mule technology. That's what I figured. Alright, we have some mail and some interviews to read. Okay, we're up.
Sam, has your unread mail been piling up? You might be missing out on helpful tips or even special rewards. At least make sure to read the priority mails, the ones with yellow subject lines.
I will.
Hey, baby.
EX grenade number 0.
Good. Okay, restocked. Time to read. We got a bunch. Here we go. All about preppers. We made rounds of the local preppers when I first arrived here with Bridges 1. There should be some interviews floating around with the records that the records team transcribed. Take a look if you get the chance. We were mainly sounding out the situation on the ground and trying to convince them to join the UCA, of course. But we already suspected they weren't the type to follow the herd. Why else would they be out here? Still, we found the odd community-minded soul among them. Not all were holed up in shelters by choice. Some were running from something. Others had just been born into the life. Getting the few we did to throw their lot in with the UCA was a pain in the ass, though. Didn't help that the chiral network wasn't up and running back then either. All we could do was put the parts in place and promise they were going to work. They were going to work someday. And now they finally do, thanks to you. Could be the skeptics might finally come around now that we can show all as well as tell. Now that we can show as well as tell. You keep up the good work, you hear? Get us all back on the grid. From Jake Wind, nice. Dear Sam, how's it going? Still heading west? We're rooting for you. We were part of the second group, so we never got to speak with Amelie face to face. Caught the occasional holo message, but that was about it. Still, every little bit helped to keep us going. She's just like her mother. Tough, clever. Easy on the eye, too. What? Won't lie and say I didn't notice. But what really resonated with us was that fire she carries. That conviction, same as Bridget. Any one of us would have laid down our lives in service to her vision. I suppose this is all a long-winded way of saying you ought to move on and meet her like we never got to. And when you do, tell her we're all still believers in the cause, and in her, and her mother. You'll do that, won't you? William Lake. You got to go the extra mile. Thanks again, Sam. You really came through for us today. Now, you can tell me to mind my business if you like, but I couldn't help but notice you've been getting better delivery evaluations lately. Looks like you know what to stand on, what you stand to gain if you go the extra mile. Or do you? Providing that extra bit of service to make people happy. The miscellaneous grade is the most important part of the whole evaluation system for you, right? Speaking of happy, I just remembered the time you first came here, after crossing Ground Zero. True, successfully delivering cargo to its destination is your job, first and foremost. But people are demanding. They don't just want their shit carried from A to B. They want a little more, you know? Special treatment. Something that'll put a smile on their face. Hey, I get it. It's a lot more work for you, tracking down lost cargo, returning them to the rightful owners. And it's not really part of the job description either. But you better get used to it. Because standards are changing, and people are only going to expect more from their porters. Anyway, it's usually worth your while. Going above and beyond is a good way to rack up plenty of likes. And hell, sometimes you end up doing it without ever realizing you did. I'm serious. Next time you complete an order, take a closer look at your results. See if there isn't a symbol next to your likes which indicates that you got them for performing tasks related to the miscellaneous grade. You might be surprised. It may all seem like a hassle right now, Sam. But having a good miscellaneous grade will get you more likes, and you can never have too many likes. From the Outlier. Why join the UCA? You're still out there fighting the good fight, kiddo? I tip my hat to you for that. And for bringing an old curmudgeon his medicine. I'm doing a whole lot better for it. Much obliged. So in exchange for signing a contract with Bridges, I get meds and supplies delivered to my doorstep? That's no different from the deal I had with Fragile Express. And while I may not have full use of this here network of yours, I can access the weather data and news I need to make life easier than before. All that without my having to join the UCA? So what incentive is there to do so? That's what I was wondering. Peter Englert. A humble request for pizza. My dear Mr. Sam Bridges, it is an honor to make your acquaintance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Peter Englert. After hearing so much about you, all good, I hasten to add, I simply could not resist the urge to initiate a correspondence. My request is of such great import that I dare entrust it only to the man who delivers. My sister, bless her heart, has been feeling under the weather, and I feel there is only one thing that might restore the color to her cheeks. Pizza. I wonder if you might be so kind as to collect some from Lake Knot City and deliver it to our humble abode. I am more than aware of the gravity and urgency of your westward journey, but if you could find it in your heart to squeeze us in, I would be ever so grateful. Oh, and my dear sister is something of a ham lover. Please bear that in mind if you decide to oblige me. Okay. The commencement of Evo Devo unit testing. I know it can't be easy out there on your own, Sam, but we need you to stay strong. I've started on a few experiments with the Evo Devo unit. Evo Devo unit you brought me. So far things are going pretty well. I'm not quite at the stage where I can perfectly recreate objects, but I suspect that's only because the chiral network's coverage is still limited. The more places you bring online, the better my results, most likely. Anyway, I'll be submitting regular reports on my progress to Bridges. Rest assured I'll keep at it. Incidentally, I've taken an interest in the Odradek lately. These days, people tend to associate them with BBs or think of them as BT detectors, but they were originally designed as more all-purpose scanners for the detection of people and various objects. Seems they've undergone quite a few changes over the years. By all accounts, many of the original features were cut at some point. One such feature would allow users to project holograms, which could be pretty useful, and another would utilize chiral connections to reconstruct past data for present-day applications. I don't believe these features are lost forever, though. If we keep expanding the network, someone's bound to take the initiative and create new and improved versions of them. Anyway, I've taken up enough of your time, Sam. We should catch up in person one day. Nice. The craftsmen. Mules. Heroes or villains? Hey, Sam, how's that bola gun working out for you? You put it to good use yet? Listen, I've come up with a few more ideas for new gadgets since we last spoke. The chiral network makes it so easy to share data, you can fabricate stuff pretty much anywhere. In fact, I might ask you to test them out for me sometime. It's in your interest, too. What with you having to go up against mules and whatever other crazies are out there. But if you do have to throw down, remember the mules used to be just like you. They were porters when the world went to hell. People trying to help people in all that chaos and confusion. Would have been hailed as heroes if they hadn't gone batshit. That's what most people think, me included. Though, I heard it might not be that simple. Might be that they started out as smugglers, and that's why they can navigate all the kinds of hard country. Guys like that, well, something tells me they wouldn't be altruists at heart. Guess there's no way of knowing the truth of it now. Anyway, Sam, I doled out a few more of those hematic grenades you brought me to some local porters, along with some blood bags. If they work as advertised, then our people might just be able to stand up to BTs if necessary. Could be a new beginning for the whole community. Dang. A lot happening here. Near Lake Knot City. Memory chips. Okay. Very cool. So these are like the unlockables. In Unknown Man's Journal, Part 1. The Secret Confessions of a Certain Someone. It's in the interview. So it unlocked like 4, I think. The Symbiotic Surveillance Society. Die Hard Men 3 years ago. In the world before The Stranding, the online service industry was huge, possibly the biggest of them all. People wanted their lives to be smooth and stress-free, and countless companies were happy to oblige. Oh, dude. Customers would provide information about themselves, browsing history, purchasing history, that kind of thing. And in return, they get a pleasant, personalized internet experience. It wasn't anything like the dystopian surveillance state people used to worry about in the 20th century. Predictive advertising, customized health tips, that sort of thing. The internet transformed our lives, in many ways for the better, but not everyone was happy. People started to worry that it was encroaching on people's freedoms, that the price we paid for so much convenience was constant monitoring and an abdication of control. We had become members of a symbiotic surveillance society. Naturally, there are people who have similar concerns about the chiral network. There's a pretty sizable faction that wants nothing to do with it whatsoever. That said, I can't help but feel that they're being naive. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Connectivity and convenience have to come at a price. What's more, the stakes are a whole lot higher nowadays. We're not talking about a simple trade-off between privacy and convenience. It's a network or bust, survival or extinction, as far as humanity is concerned. Oh, the S3 plan. I didn't even notice that. I mean, I certainly can feel the similar subject matter, but S3, dude. The Evo Devo unit, Hartman, 1 year ago. It seems a rather significant breakthrough has been achieved back at headquarters. They've successfully integrated an Evo Devo unit into a chiral printer. In case you're not familiar with the term, Evo Devo refers to evolutionary developmental biology. Your genes, mouse genes, dinosaur genes, the genes of every living being are virtually identical, and yet we develop into such radically different organisms. Thus, a question arises. Why did such disparate life arise from the self-same building blocks? Evo Devo was the field of study that sought to solve that mystery, to lay bare the secrets of evolution. Before the advent of Evo Devo, it was thought that in order to reconstruct a dinosaur, one would require a sample of its DNA. However, thanks to this technology's ability to extrapolate from existing data, we could, with the correct stimulus, grow a dinosaur from the DNA of any living organism. we could, in essence, recreate the process by which dinosaurs evolved from primeval life forms. An Evo-Devo unit applies these same principles to the problem of information and object reconstruction. With the help of the chiral network, we may take incomplete data and incomplete objects, and indeed incomplete objects, and reproduce their complete forms. This data can then be fed into a chiral printer, et voila. Partial data yields finished product. The tech isn't viable for everyday use just yet, but when it is, it will be of incalculable benefit to our research and bring our reconstruction efforts forward by a matter of decades. Dude. And that was 1 year ago. Higgs particles. Hartman 1 year ago. Higgs Monahan? Why, yes, I know the name. The former leader of a private courier organization, as I recall, which serviced a large region in the West, and was instrumental in providing continued support to the people living here. But as we were so far apart, Bridges struggled to maintain any measure of influence over their operations. It probably didn't help that the separatist movement has always enjoyed strong support in that territory. In the wake of growing violence by the demons, we were shocked to learn that Higgs himself was at their head. What to make of this strange development? Why on earth would a man who once commanded a group devoted to American Reconstructionism suddenly pledge himself to the cause of American destruction? His name only compounds the insult. Have you heard of the Higgs particle, also known as the God particle? It is associated with the Higgs field, that which gives all other particles their mass. Without it, atoms would fly apart, and matter would not exist as we know it. In other words, its very presence prevents mindless destruction. Cosmic irony indeed. Yeah, the Evo-Devo stuff, Alex, it does sound scary. The Chiral Network 2, Mama. 3 years ago, before the first expedition. Okay. In a way, the Chiral Network makes use of the beach to allow us to travel through time. See, sending large amounts of data takes large amounts of time, as you'd expect. But the thing about beaches is, well, time doesn't even pass the same way in them as it does out here. It might not even pass at all. Think about how the light from the stars in the sky we see was produced thousands and thousands of years ago. Routing data through the beach is like jumping to a point earlier in that journey, thereby cutting it shorter, much shorter. Just imagine. Massive amounts of data transferred almost instantaneously. That's what we're trying to achieve with the Chiral Network in a nutshell. In theory, the network allows us to reconstruct old data that would otherwise be lost, and to do so with fragmented resources. Using what's known as Evo-Devo analysis, we could take the finger bone of a dinosaur, say, and extrapolate from that not only the dinosaur's form, but its composition, internal, external, even its thought processes to a degree. Anything's possible with chiral computing. In other words, we won't just be able to reunite a nation, we'll be able to reclaim everything we lost in the Death Stranding. Ooh. That makes me nervous. More even. Theoretically, we could go back as far as the birth of the planet and beyond. And thanks to the beach, we'll be able to compile all that data in one place and reduce the processing time for even the most complex analyses to effectively zero. Ambitious. Prepper interview the engineer. 2 years ago. My horizons ain't exactly broad. That said, I'm not completely cut off from the outside world. I knew what Bridges was, and that they were trying to rebuild America. But when you're living down here, it's hard to see how that's got anything to do with you and yourself. Am I right? My folks holed up in this shelter after the Death Stranding, had a kid and raised him in their slice of paradise. And together we lived off whatever Fragile Express was kind enough to bring our way. They told me tales about the good old days, but I've never had much of an imagination. Couldn't see how a country long gone was any concern of me and mine. As far as I figured, if Fragile Express was happy to keep bringing us stuff, we didn't need anybody else. And we certainly didn't need America, whatever that even was. But then one day, I was looking at a part for this machine my dad put together. He was an engineer too, and I noticed something. Said made in the USA. Right there in tiny print. Got me thinking that America might not exist anymore, but the stuff Americans built is still around, making our lives a bit easier than now. A little bit easier even now. You could say the old country lives on in its works. Kind of like how my folks live on in me. They, died a while back. Anyway, if they were American, I guess that makes me American too. And maybe this shelter was part of it all. Once I realized that, I started pouring my heart into building stuff to help you guys put the country back together. Terrorists posing as Fragile Express couriers. The Craftsman 1 year ago. The terrorists have been at it again lately. You heard, right? About how they've been sneaking in and out of cities disguised as Fragile Express couriers? We'll have another disaster on our hands at this rate. But it's not like we can just cut them out. We need Fragile's people to keep on doing what they're doing. We rely on those guys for a lot. Though maybe we shouldn't now. I hear they're transporting weapons now. Why they be so stupid I can't imagine. Spreading shit around that kills in a world where the dead are ticking BT bombs? Sure, terrorists are a threat, and mules are a royal pain in the ass. But what genius figured escalation was the way to go when we all know where it leads? We need weapons. No, tools. That can take down the bad guys without killing them. And we need the hardware in circulation gone yesterday. We can't keep folks from dying in accidents or getting sick. We can't keep them from dying, period. But the deaths we can put off, we ought to. Violence isn't just ugly. It's damn near suicidal in this day and age. Which is why I'm hoping to make a bunch of less than lethal gear in the hopes that it'll prevent a few idiots from getting themselves and others killed. I mean, it's logical, Craftsman, given the context of what's going on in this world. The journals, okay, let's do the journals. Ooh, journal number 1. Unknown. Writing year unknown, okay. Today, I made a delivery to a shelter near Middle Knot City. It was my longest trip to date. A new personal best. Back when I was starting out, people tried to warn me off the life, saying it was dangerous for prepper youngins to make runs, and that no one would ever really trust me. But what was I supposed to do? Kids without parents need to eat too, and it's not like I had any skills. 2 arms, 2 legs, whole lot of grit. That's all I had to offer. Worked out okay so far. I bring people what they need, and in return, they do right by me. The more deliveries I make, the more orders I get. Never a porter around when you need one, so long as you don't fuck up too badly. Someone ought to throw you a bone. Helps that I've got a 6th sense for BTs, too. Pretty rare, that. It's probably one of the reasons why I get so much work. Sometimes people praise me, tell me I'm doing society a service by helping my fellow man. Can't say that factors into it. I'd sooner keep to myself if I could. But I've got to survive somehow, and I sure as hell ain't gonna manage by myself. So a 2nd generation prepper turned porter with dooms. We're assuming it's this same person, right? Okay. Writing year unknown. Journal number 2. Another prepper's kicked the bucket. I went to deliver his medicine as usual this morning, but I guess I was pretty damn late. Poor guy wasn't just dead, but on the verge of going necro. Wasn't no time to take him to an incinerator, so I had to dump him in nearby BT territory. Better than leaving him to pop, especially since my own shelter is close by. Gotta look out for number 1. When I dumped him, though, just before he popped, it was like I could feel the BTs reaching to the corpse. Saw the beach, too. Strangest thing, but I felt it before. When I first disposed of someone. The sensation was stronger this time, though, no doubt about it. Don't know if this means I've got dooms, but I'm starting to think there's something special about me. Journal number 3. A delivery outfit out west heard tell of my BT sensing abilities and has expressed an interest in bringing me on board. Seems they operate outside of Bridges' sphere of influence, and they wanted to leverage my experience and know-how to expand their operation. Could be interesting. It's funny. I started making runs out of necessity to stay alive, but that's all changed. I'm an altruist now. I live to help other people. Preppers around these parts rely on me. Hell, they wouldn't last 5 minutes without me. What would my daddy say if he could see me now, He taught me man's his own keeper, but here I am, part of a community. Working with other people, bringing the world together. Daddy always told me that the wide, wide world was dangerous. That we had to stay in our shelter. Spend our whole life in there. Die there. Well, fuck that. Community's what it's all about. Pretty dramatic. Shift in thought process. Journal number 4. This guy's about to pop, Evan. Buddy of mine died today. He was out in the mountains on a delivery. It was so goddamn foggy. I guess he lost sight of the trail. He called me asking for help, but then the line went dead. I saw the void out from here. Nearly blinded me. Guess he wandered into BT territory. There's not many of us porters left these days. Not many you could trust to get the job done anyway. Folks quitting or dying, going mule. Attrition's a bitch. If we're to keep on, we're going to need better equipment and someone else who can track BTs. I can still manage sometimes, but my power is getting weaker. I can feel it. Just wish I knew what to do, because at this rate, I'm fucked. We all are. Dude, I want to know the time gap between these. But I guess at least the BT sensing part of Dooms can go away? I wonder. Dang. If we are to keep on, we gotta be keeping on. It's true. Plenty more tips. I'll read those off stream. I want to do the shooting range. That was a lot to read, but I was pleased with it.
Fuck, idiot.
He's injured.
Think you could keep us safe? Man like you. I'd put on that bet. Just you and me now, baby. That's all I got. I'll keep you safe. No matter what.
Oh, the vehicle's still there. Okay. Oh, there's the pizza.
Sam, a lot of clients are requesting you by name. Now, while there are orders we need you to accept, which are critical to the expansion of the chiral network, there are others that you can take or leave at your discretion. It goes without saying, though, that it's in everyone's best interest for you to do as much as you can. And more work means more rewards.
Okay, so I'll definitely save, or rather, I'll make sure that any of these orders for Sam, even the non-main ones, I'll do on stream. But the standard orders, unless I'm doing them on the way on stream, I'll do these off stream. Okay. Sounds good. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate you guys helping me out with that stuff. But for now, let's go to the firing range. The Bola gun? I also just realized I forgot to move the Rini sign. It's usually behind my head. Smoke grenade too. I guess I didn't really play around with that. A hand grenade that explodes on impact, producing a cloud of smoke that reduces visibility and causes targets to choke. Pretty wide. But then what? Then what? I can't enter that, can I? I can't. Maybe not. What did that say? Oh, there's available ranked events, like these like online ones. Compete with other players, okay? Okay. Okay, we've got some practice with the mules. This is like aggressive mode, right? Like, could I have stealthed this? Oh. What? Fall down, bro. Got him. Oh, did I not get them all? Do I have to kick them out? I think I have to knock them out. Oh, dude, did they just get up? Okay, I gotta kick him. Now I know. No. I think headshots knock him out. I think that actually happened on one of them. I think you're right. That was pretty satisfying, though. Hey. That was fun. I kind of want to try it again. Let's do better. Let's get the headshots. Now that I know exactly how to take them out. F. It's a headshot, right? Yep. Oh, get zapped. All right. How come every time I retry, it just goes way worse? Too close? Oh my god, okay. Okay. That's a redo. Gotcha, Smokey. I didn't do it. F. F! Dodge! Oh, he walked into that one, right? Headshot? Okay. Bowl a gun. Pretty sweet. So I don't necessarily want to hold it. Sauce, and we got the sauce. Okay. Let's try this one now. I'm pretty scared of using this with BTs. There's 14 targets. Okay. There's headshots for these too. Are body shots enough? Where we at? Show me. What is that red line? Can't climb up that? Alarm? Makes noise? No, I guess I can't go up that. Okay. Pretty freaky. I'm gonna say B or A. No, maybe A. B! Probably time, right? Ammo conservation I lost points on. Does that mean I could have gotten more than one BT? Curious. With like what, a single shot? Maybe it was time, huh? That's my guess. Unlucky? Dang. Okay, I think this is a good time to end for tonight. Thank you guys very much for hanging out. Nice. Thanks for hanging out, Lucario. Have a good night. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying Xenoblade. So we made a lot of progress today. A lot of interactions with Fragile today. We moved to a new area, Lake Knot City. We encountered Higgs. We had a boss fight. It was really eventful. We hooked up 3 preppers to the network, all with different motivations. It's kind of cool to see a more diverse array of characters and motivations. There's this mysterious unknown writer that we're learning about. We're learning about what happened in this region of the world with the Void Outs in the past and the drama between Fragile and Higgs. We're going to learn more about it in the next stream as we hook up South Knot City to the Chiral Network. And we're also meeting Fragile there to, I guess, kind of interrogate her about her relationship with Higgs and the nature of that. And Peter needs a pizza. So yeah, thank you guys for your advice today and for advising me on to what extent I can do off-stream deliveries. I don't know if I'll have much time to do it, but when I find the time, I'll know how to do it. So thank you guys for the help. I'm doing good. Thank you. Thank you so much, Smokey. Thank you everyone for hanging out. We are going to look for someone to raid, so please consider sticking around for that. Anything else going on tomorrow on the schedule? Audrey is starting her next solo stream game, The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker, HD version for the Wii U. It's going to be exciting. Our duo stream next week will also be more Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. We're continuing that. And then more Death Stranding on Thursday and Sunday. And I think Friday is more Final Fantasy XIV with me. So a lot going on. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. Here's our usual links in chat. Instagram, Twitter. Come hang out with us on our Discord. All of the schedule announcements and stuff go on the Discord. And youtube.com/Reanie. A lot of you guys have come from there. So thank you for watching our higher quality streams. Those are the ones that are uploaded to YouTube. Yeah, especially with these more modern games with a lot of stuff going on the screen. The Twitch compression can be pretty intense. So the higher quality recordings will look more crisp on YouTube. But you know what? Watch however you want to watch. And to help with that, here's again the games played spreadsheet in chat. Just a spreadsheet of all the games we streamed. It's a nice convenient way just to see what we're into. Yeah, we're going to look for someone to raid. It was a pleasure again streaming on a Sunday night, closing out the weekend. I'll see you guys again in chat for Audrey's stream tomorrow. Yeah, please stick around. Otherwise, have a great week. Goodbye.